Everybody, I'm First Alert Chief Meteorologist McKenna King. Time now is 9:30. We've got a couple of severe thunderstorms to walk you through as a cold front starts to move into North Texas. Notice this severe thunderstorm warning that has now been extended into more of Tarrant County, really along and south of 20. And that includes portions of Eastland County as well and portions of Johnson County too. You'll see that there. This extends. What's the timing on that, Jeff? That extends
10:15.
Until 10:15 there. You'll notice we're looking at mainly a wind threat with this. We've got hail, generally sub-severe, but we've also got wind gusts 60 to 70 miles per hour as this cold front moves in. I'm going to continue to walk you through our storm threats the rest of this evening on our CBS News Texas stream. You can find us on the CBS News app. Just click Texas. All right, good evening, everybody, and thanks for joining us on the stream. Time now is 9:31. We're walking you through the storm threats as we get through the rest of this evening. Notice this severe thunderstorm warning in effect. This includes much of Tarrant County, really along and south of 20, so that does include downtown Fort Worth. That is in effect until 10:15, and you can see this Boeing line headed right toward Benbrook, also headed toward places like Granbury down to the southwest there. That Boeing line is bringing quite the wind threat with it. That is all tracking down to the southeast as a cold front starts to take shape and really starts to move into North Texas, eventually pushing into the Metroplex. And you can see right where those strongest winds are. We've got those gusty winds 60 to 70 miles per hour pushing right toward Granbury. Places like Aledo going to start to feel the impacts of that wind threat as well. This is tracking to the southeast, so I expect the bulk of that wind threat to just really clip the southwest sides of Tarrant County. We'll still feel those gusty winds through Tarrant County, but generally we're seeing more of a southwest or a southeasterly motion at this point now that that cold front is rolling in. Here's the timing on that real cluster, that Boeing line. Crescent, you're looking at 9:33, so right about now. Wheatland, you're looking at 9:38. Winscott, 9:38. Acton, you're looking at 9:39. Iona, you're looking at 9:39. It's 9:42 for Boss and Decordova, and then Lakeshore Estates, you're looking at 9:44. Similar story for Plover. You're looking at 9:44 there as well as this continues to push to the southeast. Our primary threats as we get through the rest of this evening, really going to be looking at that threat for strong damaging wind gusts, those straight line winds, really that wall of wind that rushes right down to the surface. We have additional warnings back off to the west of this. This is for Palo Pinto County, where we've got wind gusts right around that 60-mile-per-hour range, and that is the western edge of that cold front that you see right there. This is south of Mineral Wells and south of Breckenridge through portions of Stevens and Palo Pinto counties. We've also got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect north of there. This is for portions of Denton County. You'll notice we've got a little bit of a hail threat right there. You can see that hail core, but generally at this point we're seeing quarter-sized hail at most. We are mainly concerned about that wind threat as this cold front starts to take over and move through North Texas. That severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Denton County until 10:15. So we've got 45 minutes as that moves east-southeasterly. And we'll continue to watch this severe thunderstorm activity as we get through the rest of this evening. I'm going to walk you through some of the timing here and some of those threats once again. Now take a look at this radar scope view here. This is for that cell that is moving through portions of Parker County. And then you'll notice this stretches from Aledo really down into Granbury there. Take a look at this white line. What we're showing here is really that rush of wind down to the surface. That's where we're seeing some of those very strongest winds. Again, stretching from Aledo down through Crescent and Granbury. You can see right where that starts to bow out, right in that area. Storm threats the rest of tonight. That hail threat, that large hail threat is getting lower. We're going to watch for that wind threat. Tornado threat is really low, not zero, but it is really low at this point. And then, of course, that flood threat with any storms that roll over the same areas twice. If we can go ahead and pull up links, let's pull up links 1. Jeff's got something to show us over there. Jeff,
well, we've been just to go on about your wind threat. We can actually look at that leading edge, and McKenna was just showing you there through a product called Spectrum Width, picks up that roll in the air. But there's an algorithm that we use, and you don't see this. You only see this on our station. We're the only ones with this product, but this algorithm is showing the actual winds on that leading edge. And when you go into bright greens and reds, those usually line up with 60-mile-per-hour winds, and they're going into Denton right now. Now, there's a warning out to Denton till 10:15. So there's a warning on this storm, and on the leading edge of that storm, getting ready now to cross 35W between Corral City and the town of Denton are these 60-mile-per-hour winds, I'm guessing. They're going to roll right over and go over to 35E and then the lake. But the same thing is happening. This is becoming a wind threat now with this storm that is over in Parker County. See what the algorithm is doing. You can see where these are strongest winds. In that red, those are certainly close to 60-mile-per-hour winds, and those right now have been passing over Annetta south and south of there all the way back down into Crescent. Now this is going to roll right into the western edge of Tarrant County. This is the last 15 minutes, and you can see where they're headed. They're headed right for Benbrook Lake, right for the 850 loop up by White Settlement. You're going to get a very powerful wind before you get the really big rain. The lightning is really back behind the heavy rain, so you'll get the wind first. You can see again, I'll move over to this product, and you can see where that bright green is what represents the strongest winds under this warned storm. Now, this warning goes to 10:15 in Tarrant County, and if you live anywhere along the 850 loop on the west side of town in Tarrant County, this is where I need you to make sure you're indoors. You live anywhere near Benbrook Lake, make sure you're indoors, because when this comes rolling through, these are really strong winds. And if you are getting ready to leave to go somewhere, do not. Stay where you're at until you're at least into the heavy rain. I'm not advising you to drive into heavy rain, but when the rain gets heavy, the winds start to lessen. This is on the leading edge of the heavy rain. This is before you get into all the lightning. That is where the strongest winds are, on the leading edge of this. So, McKenna, there's been a lot of things to watch tonight, but as we suspected, when we got into the later night hours and the dry line in the front started catching up with each other, these would become storms that would produce damaging winds.
Yeah, we're seeing more of that wind threat at this point, as Jeff was mentioning, that straight line wind threat, that real wall of winds, and any of those bowing segments, that's where you've got that threat really for that wall of winds. He was watching that and tracking that right through Aledo and then headed into the west sides and southwest sides of Fort Worth and of Tarrant County. You'll notice that bowing segment that stretches right through Granbury, and I'm seeing some wind samples there of upwards of 50 miles per hour. Again, maybe a little bit higher, right close to the surface. And then an update on that storm right through Denton and Collin counties, where we've got winds upwards of 65 miles per hour at this point. Mainly going to be a wind threat as we get through the rest of this evening. We'll also watch for, as this southeasterly flow starts to amplify this evening, a lower end but not non-existent tornado threat right for this area. So again, all things that we'll keep a close eye on. But there's that rotation detector that Jeff Scott pulled up there, where we're seeing some of that more horizontal type rotation, where we're seeing those winds up in excess of 60 miles per hour headed right into the west sides of Tarrant County. And notice those are moving right along 20, and here shortly those are going to cross over the Tarrant County line right into Iona, places like Wheatland, Lakeshore Estates, Plover, Primrose, Benbrook, Westland, White Settlement, really going to pick up on some of those strong gusty winds as well. These are passing right over Aledo, and Aledo, you're just about in the clear for those strongest winds, and then it'll be the heavy rain that follows there immediately behind it. Up to the north, I do want to get another look at that storm up through Denton and Collin counties, where once again those winds are starting to pick up a bit, and you can see that right into Denton right here, where we've got upwards of 65-mile-per-hour winds through that area. So tracking over Denton, headed right toward Carter, places like Oak Point, Lincoln Park, and Cooper Creek. That's where we're seeing some of that bowing right through Denton at this point. And again, that's tracking off to the east and down to the southeast. So that's going to head right toward places like Lake Dallas, Camp Dallas, Oak Point, Little Elm. The Colony eventually is going to be in that path. Those are all going to be spots to keep a very close eye on things as we get through really the extension of this severe thunderstorm warning through Denton and Collin counties, but actively moving right out over Denton right now. And then back behind it, if we turn on that radar reflectivity there, you can see all of that heavy rain headed right into Denton. There is some hail with this storm. I think most of that upwards of quarter-sized hail at the very most, which is severe sized, but most of that hail threat has been a little bit lower as the cold front starts to take over and really take shape. Really more concerned about the wind as we get through this evening. But we do have a series of severe thunderstorm warnings up through Denton and portions of Collin County, and then down into portions of Tarrant, back through Parker counties, and then down to the south, looking at places like Johnson County. That wind threat really moving through Granbury and heads right into Johnson County here in the next couple of minutes. That warning is in effect until 10:15. So that'll bring a wind threat to portions of the 35 corridor eventually. You'll notice, though, right where those winds lie. Acton, you're dealing with some of those strong gusty winds right now. Crescent, you're seeing those as well. Brazos Bend, those winds moving right out over your area. Godley, you'll start to see this activity. El Tesoro as well. Places like Boss and Plover, those are some very strong winds right in that area. Chapin, you're seeing some of those strong winds right now as well. Not something that you want to be out driving in. If you can avoid that at all, avoid leaving, as Jeff was mentioning. If you've got places to be this evening, hopefully you can just stay inside the house, stay inside that safe spot. But we do have all of those severe thunderstorm warnings actively in effect as this cold front starts to move right into the Metroplex right on time, generally looking between about 9:30, which is 10 minutes ago, and about 10 o'clock tonight. And right on cue, that's starting to head into Tarrant County. That'll move through the Metroplex the next several hours, bringing that wind threat and that heavy rain threat, eventually moving into the southeast sides of North Texas. But you'll notice that bowing right through Parker County. This stretches from along 20 right close to Aledo, stretches down through Annetta, places like Crescent, Brazos Bend, and into Acton. Baker, you're probably starting to feel those winds die down just a bit as you're getting on the back edge of those. But again, right as we head into these late evening and nighttime hours, this tracks right through the Metroplex. So it's going to be something to be weather aware of as we head into the overnight hours. You'll likely hear those winds whipping as we get into these overnight hours. Notice that greatest wind threat for Tarrant County, just about 4 miles back off to the west of, let's see.
Benbrook.
We're looking at Benbrook Lake. Okay, yeah. And Benbrook's right there. There's Benbrook. You'll notice Lakeshore Estates, Wheatland, Plover, Boss. You're looking right through that area just in the next 10 to 15 minutes here. Westland, White Settlement, Westover Hills, River Oaks, and then into downtown Fort Worth. That is all in that path of those strong gusty winds, upwards of 60 to 65 miles per hour. And we'll watch and see if we see any strengthening with that. Jeff, how quickly are these moving? Well,
you know, the storm itself is moving closer to 30, but when these winds rush out from it, they're going to move much faster than that. And we're probably only talking about 5 minutes now from them being in White Settlement and Westover Hills, basically inside the 820 loop in Tarrant County. There seems to be 2 areas of strong winds. They're at the county line right now, and in Westland and White Settlement here very shortly, in the next couple of minutes. Then there's a little break in it, and then you can see just over by Farm Market 1187 out of Wheatland, getting ready to go into the Benbrook community, Benbrook Lake, and Lakeshore States. I'll remind you, we've talked about this before, is when these really strong winds, you know, they're going to approach Benbrook Lake. When they hit that lake, that's like hitting a patch of ice because of the smooth nature of the lake itself. They will literally accelerate and hit even harder on the east side of the lake, and then have some momentum as they go into the Hewlin area. So that's something we watch in this particular situation where you have strong winds or sometimes rotating winds moving over a water body here. Remember, we have more man-made lakes in the Dallas-Fort Worth area than any city in America, and they can interact with outflow boundaries or rotation and increase them because of the smooth surface of the water. But we have a pretty clear Boeing Echo signature now that stretches from Aledo and now back just into the corner of Johnson County, back into Hood County where these winds are. And McKenna and I were talking earlier about Boeing structures, is that you have to watch where they terminate back out of the line, where they get stretched out. You can get rotation at the bottom. Now tonight, because of the shear coming in from the southeast, we would watch more on the southern edge of these bows for quick spin up tornadoes. The risk is not zero, it's small. We can see that rotation. You can see it clearly, the reds and the greens trying to come together, trying to form something there on the south edge. But right now, I really want to concentrate more on these really strong winds that are moving now right into Tarrant County. Again, we can put up the shear, and that's the leading edge of which McKenna and I have been talking about. The leading edge of the storms have the strongest winds, and they are now in Tarrant County. And as we zoom in a little bit closer, you can get a little bit better idea, McKenna, where we're at. We're very close now to Benbrook Lake.
Wheatland passing right out over Wheatland right now. Some of those very strongest winds, upwards of 60+ mile-per-hour wind gusts right through this area. Those winds rush right down to the surface and really can cause that great wind damage threat. And as Jeff was mentioning, this is approaching Benbrook Lake here in just the next couple of minutes here. It heads toward Lakeshore Estates and then crosses that lake and picks up some of that momentum, picks up some of that wind threat as this moves off of the lake and toward places like Primrose, toward places like Benbrook, and then continues off to the east. So we head toward places like Edgecliff Village and Moselle eventually. That'll be something to watch closely as it does cross over the lake. We do still have some hail threat associated with this. We're talking hail generally subsevere, but we've seen pockets upwards of quarter-sized associated with that. And you can see that hail core, marble-sized hail that passed just to the south of Annetta there. So again, subsevere hail, but you'll notice the path that hail has taken. We saw upwards of half-dollar-sized hail south of Allison through portions of Hood County and just north of Granbury there. That hail threat has decreased a bit with that cell, and it really is the winds that we'll be watching very closely. So you may hear the hail hitting the windows, but you'll really hear those winds whipping as this Boeing segment tracks right into Tarrant County. Still stretching at this point from about Benbrook back through Granbury and Hood County, and does clip a portion of Johnson County. That is all tracking to the southeast. We do still have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Denton and portions of Collin County. Places like Frisco, I want you to prepare for this because we do have that wind threat close to your doorstep. This is going to cross right out over places like Corinth right here shortly. We've got Lake Dallas. This is on the doorstep there. This crosses over places like Camp Dallas, and once again, similar threat here. It passes over the lake and picks up some of that momentum as it crosses off the lake. That heads right into Frisco, heads right into Collin, Prosper, the Colony, Hebron, down into Cowley. That will all be something to watch as that Boeing segment there through Denton counties moves into Collin County and brings that wind threat to Frisco. That wind threat right now stretches through places like Carter and is just moving through Denton. Now starting to see some of that hail and that heavy rain threat in Denton. We've got our 10 o'clock show to make those final preparations for. 10 o'clock show coming up in just 12 minutes. So a reminder, we do have those severe thunderstorm warnings for Denton and Collin counties. And then we've also got that severe thunderstorm warning moving out of Parker County and now an immediate threat for the south sides of Tarrant County. South of 20, that does include a portion of downtown Fort Worth. It also includes quite a bit of Johnson and Hood counties, Granbury, and in the immediate threat there as well. We're going to continue to watch this closely. We will bring you those updates here in about 10 minutes during our 10 o'clock show on Channel 11. And then we'll be here the rest of this evening beyond our show, bringing you those updates overnight as this cold front works through the area and we see additional warnings from that frontal boundary. So we'll bring you those updates as needed. But once again, 10 minutes from our 10 o'clock show here, and we'll walk you through the latest.
is CBS News Texas.
We got a first alert weather night tonight as we go on the air at 10 o'clock. This is video from a funnel that was forming near Strawn in Palo Pinto County just a few hours ago.
And then happening right now as we join you at 10, we're tracking some severe thunderstorms across the Metroplex. You're looking live right now. I don't know if you just saw that. This is White Settlement, some thunder and lightning there for sure. Rain also coming down just west of Fort Worth.
And everything is moving west to east tonight. First alert weather team on top of it all. We got meteorologist Jeff Ray with us and also Chief Meteorologist McKenna King. Some strong storms on the radar right now.
That is right. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that is for portions of Denton and Collin counties. And then we've also got a severe thunderstorm warning that's just wrapping up for Parker and Tarrant counties. You'll see the reason for that is because that cell segment is moving into Johnson County. But let's take a look at this Denton County storm first. This has heavy rain and we've also got some hail with this. Most of that hail is sub-severe, but we have seen hail upwards of quarter sized. Primary threat with this cell and really this cluster is that wind threat where we've got winds gusting as high as 70 miles per hour. And you can see right where that strongest wind is headed into places like Parvin. This is through Denton County, really on those east sides of Denton County. You'll notice some of those wind samples up 40 to 50 miles per hour. But as I mentioned, we have seen gusts a little bit higher in the strongest of that outflow right there. Places like Oak Point, Lincoln Park, headed into Little Elm as well. And I'm pointing all of this out because this is headed into places like Prosper, Collin, eventually into Frisco. So this is headed into very highly populated areas. Once again, this is that strong damaging wind threat. You think of that wall of wind and those straight line winds can do quite a bit of damage. So you do want to make sure you are inside that sturdy structure. This is tracking to the southeast. Jeff, let's throw a tracker on this and walk people through when this arrives into places like Collin County as this continues that really east-southeastward movement. It's tracking to the east about 30 to 40 miles per hour. So notice moving over Collin right now. Rock Hill, you're looking at 10:03, so just about a minute here. Rhea Hills, Mills, you're looking at 10:04. Frisco, 10:05 when these strong winds start to arrive in Frisco. Weston, you're looking at 10:06. The Colony, 10:07. And then for Lebanon, Bloomdale, Chambersville, you're looking at 10:10 there. So just in the next couple of minutes, once again, moving into a highly populated area. Those are those very strong winds through Denton and Collin counties. Now I want to take a look down to the south of here. We've got that next Boeing segment really no longer have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Tarrant County, and that's because that Boeing line there is moving right into Johnson County. It's gaining more of that southeastward movement, and those strong winds are tracking right through places like Godley and Joshua. They're getting real close to the radar site there. But if we take a look over at our Lynx 3, if we can pull up Lynx 3 here, we can sample some of those winds. This is from our radar here. Notice you can see right where those strongest winds lie. Godley dealing with some of those. These are headed into Joshua, Briar Oaks. We've got some really strong gusty winds right through that area. So this is all something to keep in mind as we head through the next couple of hours this evening. This cold front is tracking through, and what we'll watch closely is if that cold front can catch up with these dry line storms quick enough to maintain that momentum and keep that severe weather threat in place as we head into the overnight hours. So for the Metroplex, this threat is from about now till about midnight, 1 a.m. that we're going to continue to keep an eye on this, and then this all pushes into the southeast sides of North Texas as we get into the early Wednesday morning hours. We're going to continue to provide you updates throughout our 10 o'clock show, and then we'll give you a look at the rest of our 7-day forecast coming up in just a few minutes, guys.
McKenna, great breakdown. Thank you so much. Remember, you can get our first alert forecast on the go wherever you need to be with the free CBS News app. Click on the Texas section. Forecasts are also always streaming on CBSNewsTexas.com and Pluto TV.
Got an update tonight for you for the very first time in 15 years. Think about that. Tarrant County district lines are going to be changing from the way they've always been here in the last 15 years to what you see now, impacting mostly precincts 1 and 2. Commissioners approved that change along party lines today. Our Amelia McGavro tonight with reaction and the meaning behind these new plans.
Please cast your votes. Are all votes in? All right, it passes 3-2.
After more than 6 hours, Tarrant County's redistricting plan now passed by commissioners. Reaction from residents, though, are divided.
I want to state that I fully support the Tarrant County redistricting effort. These lines have been updated since 2010.
Talk about Jim Crow, rural Louisiana. I witnessed that today. the suppressing of the vote of black and brown people.
This is a picture of the original map, and this is the new map with clear changes to precincts 1 and 2. County Judge Tim O'Hare admitting the changes were all aimed at adding another Republican commissioner seat.
I campaigned on redrawing districts dating back to 2021. There's people in this room who've heard me say it in their homes, heard me say it on the campaign trail.
Commissioner Elisa Simmons and several speakers accusing the court of gerrymandering, claiming the new map appears to take areas with high black and brown populations from Precinct 2 and putting them in Precinct 1.
And you only did that with communities of color. And so absolutely it's not partisan, it is racism.
Is this new plan gerrymandering?
Oh, absolutely. Gerrymandering is the redrawing of electoral boundaries for partisan purposes.
SMU political science professor Calvin Jolson says what the court did is not unusual, but the legality of the new lines comes down to intentions.
The question is whether the purposes behind the redrawing were actually political, in which case gerrymandering is legal, or racial discrimination, in which case it would not be legal.
Jolson says he also has questions over the map's plans being filed on Friday afternoon and the rushed vote days later.
And that raises a lot of democratic representation questions that are unnecessary.
Now, Democrats have said they plan to challenge these redistricting efforts in court. But again, experts say it will all come down to whether this was racially or politically motivated. And experts also say that will be a challenge for those courts to define. In Tarrant County, Amelia McGalvero, CBS News, Texas.
Amelia, thanks. And that's not all that happened. Not even 90 minutes after Tarrant County approved the redistricting that you just heard about. Longtime Texas Representative Tony Tinderholt from Arlington announced that he is now running for commissioner in Precinct 2. In a statement we got today, Tinderholt saying, quote, "I'm ready to come home. Throughout my career, I have fought to protect our values, ensure responsible government, and serve the people of Texas with integrity and commitment. I'm running," he says, "to bring that same leadership and experience to Tarrant County." And this announcement now comes just one day after Tinderholt had announced his retirement from the Texas House, where he had served for 6 terms.
Well, the other big story here at 10 takes us to federal courts. It's gotten a lot of attention across the country. Federal agents arresting migrants after they show up for their immigration court hearings. Now, for some asylum seekers, the fear of being deported is getting more intense by the day. Our Ken Molestina meeting with one mother who says she is so scared that she's leaving voluntarily.
We've seen it several times in Dallas. Migrants in legal proceedings showing up to their scheduled court dates just to have an immigration judge dismiss their case and then be arrested immediately by federal agents waiting in the hallways. It's a new tactic by the Trump administration that's also playing out nationwide. In San Antonio, the scenes there much more dramatic, where some are seen and heard desperately begging for help. It was at immigration court in Dallas that we met a 22-year-old Venezuelan mother and her 5-year-old son. They didn't want to be identified, but told us.
¿Cuál es el miedo tuyo ahorita? What's your fear right now?
Que sea expulsado.
That getting deported through the Trump administration's expedited removal process is her greatest fear.
Miedo tuyo es que te deporten a ti y te dejen a tu hijo aquí solo. Your fear is that you'll get deported and your son will remain here by himself.
El juez me dijo que mi cita era el día 1 de octubre.
She says the judge ordered her to return to the courtroom in October and told her to come by herself.
Ese día decidan mi expulsión. ¿Dónde va a quedar mi hija? ¿Va a quedar en manos de quién?
She worries if she's arrested that day, she'll be separated from her son, who doesn't have anyone else to care for him.
Well, that's a much stronger reality now.
Sí, tengo miedo. No voy a asistir. Yo no voy a asistir a mi cita.
¿Estás segura? You're saying you're not going to come back?
Tengo miedo porque
she adds she won't be here for her next hearing. Instead, she's choosing to stop pleading her case altogether and leave the country with her son on their own and soon. Many more migrants are choosing this option, but others are skipping their hearings, and they're opting to not show at all and go into hiding. It's a move that immigration lawyers say automatically puts a deportation order on them.
Which might be part of why the Trump administration is doing this, because it's once a person has a removal order, it's much easier for ICE to pick them up and remove them.
Now this young mother is reflecting on her experience.
Was it worth it for you to come here the way you did?
No.
It was hard. No?
Es mejor no venir. Todos nos contamos con la misma suerte, pero no podemos venir todos. Es muy complicado. La mejor solución es que salgamos voluntariamente.
In Dallas, Ken Molestina, CBS News, Texas.
A new photo tonight we share with you captures the moment that accused murderer Trevor McEwen was finally captured after nearly a month on the run. McEwen had been arrested at his grandmother's house. Happened yesterday. Well, tonight the Kaufman County Sheriff is responding to some criticism about why it took so long to find him.
We had people working 24/7 around the clock with all these other agencies to try to do everything we can. We have checked every residence, everything that's in and around that area. We have talked to them. Grandma somewhat worked with us, but she's told a different story.
The Kaufman County Sheriff went on to say that investigators were led back to the grandmother's home, where they then found a hole in the floor of a closet, and that led underneath the home. The sheriff says anyone helping in McEwen's escape will face charges, and McEwen, for the record, is accused of murdering Aaron Martinez back in 2023. McEwen's next court date on that matter is coming up on August 4th.
Let's get back to your first alert weather, because right now, as we get to Chief Meteorologist McKenna King, several thunderstorms across the Metroplex and mainly in Denton County right now, right?
That's where our strongest severe thunderstorm warning lies right now, moving out of Denton County and into Collin County. So this is an immediate threat for places like Frisco, Prosper, right through that area. Those west sides of Collin County is where we're going to have to watch closely the next couple of minutes. It's primarily a wind threat there. The hail associated with that severe thunderstorm warning is all sub-severe, below that inch in diameter criteria. But we do have that severe thunderstorm warning in place for those strong gusty winds. We've seen 60 to 65 mile-per-hour wind gusts right through that area, pushing right into Frisco, places like Prosper, and then we've also got those strong gusty winds moving right over Lake Dallas and Louisville as well. Moving to the south, we've got a cluster of severe thunderstorm warnings. This is the one I want to highlight here. That heavy rain is moving right through Granbury, but we have got that severe thunderstorm warning and the greatest wind threat headed into Johnson County. So eventually that meets the 35 corridor. Not anything you want to be driving in. This Boeing segment as this cold front starts to take over. This continues to move through the next couple of hours, and we're going to walk you through all of that timing coming up in just a few minutes, guys.
Okay, appreciate you keeping us up to speed. McKenna and Jeff will have one more on the way.
That's right. Next here at 10, though, you're going to have to pay more for driving on certain North Texas toll roads. We're going to tell you how much more and when. Welcome back. So there are some active severe storms happening right now. We're showing them to you right now on this first alert weather night, if you will. A live look from White Settlement west of Fort Worth, where you can see on the radar right there, that storm is moving southeast. So the first alert weather team obviously tracking this storm. They'll get you an update here in just a few minutes.
And with an eye on your money tonight, NTTA toll road rates are going up next month. Roads like Dallas North Tollway, George Bush Turnpike, any other tollway or toll road, it's going to cost you a little bit more every mile. So where we are now, 21 cents a mile is what we're paying at the moment. It's going to go up a penny a mile, so the rate will go to 22 cents a mile. Even higher if you don't have the toll tag, and for those who end up paying by mail, much higher rates. It's an expected increase. It happens every 2 years. The new rates that I just mentioned will go into effect on July the 1st.
Let's stick with money for just a second here, because Fortune 500, they're out with this year's rankings, and 9 of the nation's biggest corporations are based in Dallas. Big money. We're talking AT&T, Energy Transfer, Southwest Airlines, and of course, Texas Instruments as well. Now, Fort Worth American Airlines, they also made the list. Add to that the fact that the New York Stock Exchange is moving its Chicago hub to Dallas next year, and the expected startup of the Texas Stock Exchange. Financial researchers are paying very close attention to DFW.
We could see more movement into Texas, so I'm curious to see what happens in the next year or so. If Texas even harbors more Fortune 500 companies, and then we see decline, in the other states.
We've seen a lot of growth and movement here. Topping the Fortune 500 list, we've got Walmart, Amazon, United Health Group, Apple, and CVS Health. Researchers, though, say they are watching just to see if Amazon takes over Walmart for that top spot next year.
First alert weather, let's get a check on that again. Severe thunderstorms in the Metroplex right now. Chief Meteorologist McKenna King, I just have this vision from everybody from Burleson all the way up to North Denton. Everybody's looking out the west windows and going,
right.
Whew, what a light show.
Is it headed my way yet? Yeah, and it is quite the light show. And in fact, let's give you a view of that light show. If we can pull up Skype 3, we've got our storm chaser Mike Prendergast. He is moving through the west sides of Johnson County, and it is quite the light show right through that area. Heavy rains moving into Johnson County. You'll notice that is an area that is included in a portion of that severe thunderstorm warning. But take a look at this. This is Mike driving through that heavy rain, and if you watch for long enough, it's those frequent lightning strikes moving right through that area. And really, these heavy rains and these really strong winds are moving into those southwest sides of Johnson County, just headed into Cleburne at this point. So let's take a look back at the radar here. We've got some warnings to talk about. We've been talking about that warning moving through Denton and into Collin counties. Notice that now clips a portion of northern Dallas County as well. So let's take a look at this here. That is a severe thunderstorm warning, and we've got some strong winds moving through places like Little Elm, headed into Frisco, Prosper, and into McKinney, Plano. You're also going to start to feel some of those really strong gusty winds. We've got winds upwards of 60 to 65 miles per hour, and we've got sub-severe hail right through that area. Less than an inch-sized hail. We do still have hail in there, so you may hear that hitting the windows, hitting the roof, but it's really a wind threat that we're concerned about at this point. Then we've got this severe thunderstorm warning. This is for portions of Johnson County, but also includes portions of Bosque, Erath, Hood, and Somervell counties, where we've got hail upwards of an inch in diameter, 60-mile-per-hour winds through there as well. Wind damage is that primary threat we're going to be watching for as this cold front moves through North Texas and moves through the Metroplex. Timing-wise, it's moving through the Metroplex right now. That is going to be the case until about midnight and 1 a.m. Then it gets into the southeast sides of North Texas. That's after midnight until about 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. By that point, most of the severe weather threat is starting to wane. You'll notice it weaken as we head into the overnight hours and as it pushes farther to the southeast. But that heavy rain threat still going to be an issue for those far southeast sides of North Texas. This is 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. By that point, things are starting to exit. Threat's not quite done. The severe weather threat really will be. But as we get into Wednesday, the boundary is expected to stall, and we'll be looking at a few isolated leftover showers. And we've got meteorologist Jeff Ray to walk us through that.
McKenna, thank you. This is where we think the stationary front's going to be in the morning, give or take 40 miles. But you can see what happens when you add the daytime heating and a near stalled front. We're going to start seeing some thunderstorm activity, especially on the east side. So around Around the Metroplex, not so much, just some clouds, just a very humid day. But from Canton up towards the Red River and down south into Henderson County, this is where we could start seeing some slow-moving storms, some very heavy rain. We're not expecting severe weather, but there could be some localized flooding. It all clears out as we get in the evening and lose daytime heating. Then we'll watch this, because this is Thursday day threat. It'll take a while, but across pretty much our northern counties through the afternoon, those thunderstorms coming out of the Texas Panhandle. That's the start of a weather pattern that's going to be with us for several days. Now, along the Red River, that's where the threat is Friday. Notice how it slides over the Red River on Saturday, and then it gets closer as the weekend goes on and we start next week, because the storm chances are sticking around. Unsettled weather is the story for the weekend ahead. It includes all the way into Monday, fact, and points beyond. This system comes racing down, and I think it might be more overnight rain as we go into Sunday, and then Sunday afternoon some bubbling up in the atmosphere. Then another round comes in for Monday morning, and then again on the wake of that, more isolated thunderstorms through the day. 7-day forecast, you can see these rain chances continue. The unsettled weather, the spring storm season, it's going to go on, we think, maybe all the way till mid-June. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
it's a big deal when they're both up here.
Exactly right.
I'll point that out.
Let's give you one more quick check of the radar. Notice that severe thunderstorm warning for Denton and Collin, and portions of Dallas County has expired. Still some gusty winds through that area moving into the west sides of Collin County, northern Dallas. But we've also got that cluster of warnings down to the southwest. We've got gusts 60 miles per hour. Cold fronts moving through, so we're going to continue to watch this through the overnight hours. You'll likely hear those winds whipping, some small hail too, but this will be a threat into the overnight. It starts to wane as we get later into these overnight hours. It loses some of that heating element, but we'll hop up on the CBS News Texas stream as needed with additional warnings, things like that into the overnight hours.
Well, we appreciate y'all keeping us informed.
Absolutely.
Remember, you can keep the forecast with you on the go with our CBS News app.
Or you can just call McKenna or Jeff.
Yeah. Tweet them.
Jeff's number is...
DM. What? DM. We'll pop you the number. See you tomorrow.
Oh, not enough time.
Be
is 11:02. I'm First Alert Chief Meteorologist McKenna King. We are watching a cold front moving right through the Metroplex, and notice it's starting to fill in out over Dallas County. We've got heavy rains through northern Dallas County. Most of that activity has moved through Tarrant County, and Tarrant County is about in the clear, but we do still have a couple of leftover heavy rains, and we've got some frequent lightning too. This was previously a severe thunderstorm warning through portions of Denton and Collin County. No longer seeing those severe warned winds. Those winds have dropped below that 60-mile-per-hour threshold, but we've got the frequent lightning through places like Plano and McKinney. We've got the heavy rains too back through places like Denton, where we've seen rains upwards of 2.5 inches, where those training storms really lingered for a significant period of time. We've still got one more severe thunderstorm warning at this time down to our southwest portions of Erath County. We're going to walk you through the rest of this on our CBS Texas stream. Good evening, everybody. It is 11:03. I'm First Alert Chief Meteorologist McKenna King. Thanks for joining us here on this stream. We're going to walk you through this line of storms that we have moving right through the Metroplex. And notice, starting to fill in right out over Dallas County, you'll notice we've got this area of storms, this northern edge, moving through southwestern Dallas County and then northern Dallas County, where we have seen heavy rains lingering for quite some time. You'll notice those green boxes, those are flood advisories in effect, where we have seen some significant rains in the last several hours. This is a cold front that is moving right through North Texas. That is bringing that flood threat with it, and it's also bringing the threat for strong gusty winds and frequent lightning too. We're going to take a look at some of these rain totals. We had this severe thunderstorm warning through portions of Denton and Collin counties, and this is some of that rain that we have seen. Those extreme rainfall rates through places like Plano, down into Richardson, over into Farmers Branch, Carrollton. We're looking at 4.5 inches per hour, 4 inches per hour just to the west of Richardson there. Really heavy rains through this area. We've seen those training storms out over portions of northern Dallas County, and really that cluster just slowly moving, remaining stationary over that same area and dropping those heavy rain rates. Here's a look at some of those rain totals. Places like Denton, where we have seen rain totals of upwards of 2.5 inches just in the last few hours. Close to the Colony, 2.2 inches there. That's why those flood advisories are in effect. Flower Mound looking at just over 2 inches there. And then off to the west of Denton, notice 2.6 inches just in the matter of a couple of hours. We have seen those heavy rains with all of this storm activity down close to Granbury and Toller, where we've seen those heavy rains there too. Toller just south of there, 3.3 inches, nearly 3 inches right where Hood County meets Palo Pinto County, and we do have that flood advisory in effect for a portion of Palo Pinto County right along 20. So if you are traveling through that area, you'll want to watch for that ponding. Remember, if the water is high enough that you don't know how deep it is, make sure you're finding a different route. Here's a look at that radar view, though. At this point, notice that line of storms really stretching from places like Comanche and Erath counties and stretching up to the north and along the Red River. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Erath County. That is a wind threat right through that area. That bowing line bringing wind gusts of upwards of 60 miles per hour. Jeff, how long is that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for?
Till 11:30.
So we've got that for another 25 minutes here, and we'll watch and see if they continue to extend that warning down to the south and down to the southeast. But notice right where that wind threat lies, just off to the south of Dublin, southeast of Dublin. That'll head toward places like Hiko here over the next couple of minutes. But once again, upwards of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts right through that area. Where we see these bowing segments of this cold front, that's where we've got some of those strongest winds. We've still got some hail associated with some of this line, but that is mainly sub-severe hail. Now notice on this rotation detector, that's where we are seeing some of those stronger winds. More of that horizontal rotation right through these areas. We're not really looking at the threat for tornadoes at this point, primarily watching for that strong gusty wind threat. Places like Alexander moving out of Dublin. Notice we've got a little bit of a hail core back off to the west. Places like De Leon and into Downing, Coleman there. Proctor seeing a little bit of a hail threat there too. Most of that upwards of golf ball sized hail we are picking up right with that severe warned area. So we do still have some decent sized hail in some of those hail cores. Primarily what we've seen in the last hour or two is that hail threat start to weaken. But once again, just a reminder that that hail threat still is there with that severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Erath and Comanche counties. Once again, you can see right where those strongest winds are moving out of Dublin and continuing into the southeast sides of Comanche and of Erath counties. And then across the rest of North Texas, we've still got heavy rains and frequent lightning through spots like Cleburne, up into Keene, Midlothian. You're starting to see those. You're likely seeing the lightning, hearing the thunder. Mansfield, you're right in the thick of it right now. The good news is, as this cold front continues that southeastward track, if you're back on the west of it, you're in the clear. So our western counties have now been cleared from that severe thunderstorm watch, but we've still got more to come. Places like Midlothian, you can see some of those strongest winds right where that red and those greens really start to butt up. This is all traveling to the southeast. Midlothian, you're about to see some very strong winds, and in fact, you're probably hearing them right now. Oakleaf, this is on the way. Waxahachie, you're going to start to pick up on these very strong winds over the next 20 to 30 minutes. Pecan Hill, Palmer, Ennis, Bardwell, you're all in the path of this. Italy, you're in the path of that as well along 35. Not anything you want to be traveling in. Certainly a danger for those high-profile vehicles. And notice we've still got a bit of a wind threat too, moving into Dallas County and really starting to fill in out over downtown Dallas. It may just miss downtown Dallas. It's really splitting the difference there. But look at this. That is starting to fill in back close to Irving. I think downtown Dallas picks up on at least a little bit of rain from this. The heaviest of it, though, is up north of University Park. Carrollton, we've got a bit of a hail core there. Garland, starting to see that heavy rain and frequent lightning. Frisco, you're about in the clear from all of this. The Colony, same story for you. But this is headed right into places like Parker, Wiley, and right over places like Garland and Richardson. We have seen the heavy rain through this entire area. Jeff, tell me a little bit about what we're seeing here.
So this is an algorithm that takes in how much rain has fallen, also the state of soil moisture. That is a weekly update. And if very heavy rain falls over an area where there's already a lot of water being held in the soil going into the event, and then you get some heavy rain that lasts for a while, you start seeing those bright yellows, and that is what worries us about possible flooding. Again, that's on links 1. What you're seeing in your window is some 3-hour estimated rainfall around Denton, which happened earlier, and that was, like 2 inches of rain that fell, McKenna, in a very short period of time. I'm thinking that fell within probably 2 hours, but you can see this is what I was telling you about. This is the flood potential, and where you see yellow, I'll zoom in a little bit closer, as we're right over by the Plano area and off to the west. That's where I'm betting there is some, at least street flooding and ponding going on. I know we're late at night now. We're 11 o'clock at night. There isn't a lot of traffic out, but what traffic there is, you need to be very careful driving in this area. This is outside of the flood advisory, by the way, that's for pretty much the eastern half of Denton County. That flood advisory goes all the way to 1:45 a.m. Takes a while when you have that kind of rain to get that much rain out of the system, i.e. off the roads, out of the creeks, and into the 2 main rivers there, into the lake. So there's no longer a threat. But that has been some very heavy rain that has been falling now. And I think you were commenting on this earlier, McKenna, it's not moving out of northern Dallas County or southern Collin County very quickly.
No, it's moving incredibly slowly, and in fact, it's lingered over northern Dallas County. We've been watching that area for over an hour at this point, so you think about the rain rates as a cluster of storms just sits over the same area. And in fact, we're just seeing, it really is, places like University Park and just to the north of there, Carrollton, Farmers Branch, into Garland, we're going to see quite the rain totals through these areas. Similar story for places like Plano. This just is not moving through real quickly. It is tracking to the southeast. slowly but surely. And notice we have a whole lot of lightning. Just with this cluster here, we've got upwards of 500 lightning strikes. That poses a danger in and of itself. And anywhere you see the pinks, we do have some hail still associated with all of this storm activity. We are primarily worried about that wind and flooding threat at this point, but notice we've still got some hail cores moving right out over Richardson, headed into Garland at this point. Plano has dealt with some hail just in the last couple of minutes here. Capel, we've seen quite the hail core over that area, close to Grapevine as well, and right north of DFW. You can see those pinks on the map there. That is that hail core right through that area. So we have seen that just in the last couple of minutes as that continues to track to the southeast. We've still got some hail, but really a wind threat down to the south. Mansfield, you're about in the clear from those strongest winds. I want to zoom out here, Jeff, and give that wide view of the North Texas region. If we can go ahead and throw that severe thunderstorm watch on the map here. We've been talking about that watch. Remember, that watch is in effect when conditions are ripe to see those severe thunderstorm warnings. Notice we had that watch in effect for our west and northwestern counties. That was set to remain in effect until 11 o'clock tonight. It's now 11:12. You'll notice all of those counties are out of that watch. Palo Pinto, Parker counties up to our northwest and back off to the west. You guys are in the clear. Young County, you're in the clear. You're not going to deal with that storm activity the rest of this evening. You're good to go to bed and you don't need to worry about this. But this is all tracking right through the Metroplex. So what is left of that pink highlight, that's in effect until 2 o'clock in the morning. This includes Dallas and Tarrant counties. But notice Tarrant County, you're about in the clear. It's those west sides of the Metroplex that are going to be in the clear first, and then this continues moving southeastward. So Dallas County, we've still got some time. And the reason I say that is because this is not moving real quick. I think this is still moving to the southeast about 30 to 40 miles per hour. Is that right, Jeff?
If that fast, I really think this northern part has been going much slower than that. This is the part that's been going at that 30-mile-per-hour range. The stuff that's moving more southeast and south, that's got a little bit more punch to it. The warnings just expired for Hood and parts of Johnson County, but that is still some strong winds going on. And the warning now out for Erath County to 11:30, so we only have about another 15 minutes on that warning. This storm has been weakening a little bit, but by Hood County and Glen Rose, you still see some high reflectivity and some pretty good movement. So we will track this, all this line right here at about 30 miles an hour, and we'll start actually where it's not warned and go all the way back to the warning line. It's going this way about 30, so there are some arrival times for you there.
So Antioch, this is moving right out over your area now. Ward, you're looking at about the next 15 seconds here. We're looking at Parker at 11:17, Griffith 11:17, Midlothian, this is moving right through there. We've seen some of those strong gusty winds, but those heavy rains over Midlothian at 11:17. Edna Hill 11:18, Walnut Springs 11:18, and then we're looking at 11:20 for Retreat, Mountain Peak, and Grandview as this continues moving down to the southeast. Again, a portion of this is severe warned, that severe thunderstorm warning in place for places like Dublin. We're talking Erath and Comanche counties. This is headed into Comanche here shortly. Some of those strong gusty winds, and we've also got some hail associated with that warning, upwards of quarter-sized hail, so that's an inch in diameter. It's enough to do some damage to the vehicles, but notice we're not seeing any real strong hail cores, although back through De Leon and into Downing, we've seen upwards of ping pong ball sized hail. That can definitely do some damage. And then on top of that, it's those straight line winds, that wall of wind that we're worried about, especially with that Boeing segment down to the south of there. This is all that cold front. It has overtaken the dry line and it is tracking through North Texas. It's got frequent lightning. We've got thousands of lightning strikes on the map through North Texas. And again, it just has not been moving real quickly. We've seen the training storms this evening, and that is bringing that flood threat with it. So all of those green boxes that you see on the map, those are flood advisories and flood warnings. Those are all things to watch. Flood warning for Palo Pinto County. That includes a portion of I-20. So if you are traveling along I-20, if you've got places to be this evening, hopefully not. But if you do, if you see that ponding on the roads, if you don't know how deep it is, make sure you're finding a different route. We've got those flood advisories in effect through a portion of Denton County. Notice, though, back off to the west of this line that Jeff's drawing here, you're in the clear. In Denton, you're looking good. You are under that flood advisory, but back west of this white line, no problems for you. That is the cold front that is moving southeast. So it does still pose quite the threat for Dallas County. Downtown Dallas, you are not in the clear. In fact, this is only filling in right out over downtown Dallas. So we've got heavy rains that are tracking in through a portion of downtown Dallas, Cockrell Hill, Duncanville, Hutchins, eventually Bulk Springs, Mesquite. You're going to pick up on some of those heavy rains. Portions of University Park, you're seeing quite the hail core right through that area. We've got heavy rains for several more minutes out over Garland. In fact, it's northern Dallas County that is just getting hammered with a whole lot of rain. Carrollton, it's been raining there for over an hour at this point, and this is all moving very, very slowly to the southeast. Rockwall, you're just starting to pick up on those rains, and this is all behind it. This is all headed your way. McClendon, you'll see this soon as well. Sunnyvale, and again into Mesquite. But University Park, where we are seeing some of those larger hailstones there, and then we've got those strongest winds headed into Rockwall right now.
I just wanted to show turbulence, because what I think is happening is that everything, as the front is catching up, we're really starting to see the winds start to pick up inside the big rain event. So we'll continue to see this slow moving heavy rain with tremendous lightning. And I've circled the area I'm sorry guys, it's on Links 1. I circled the area where the turbulence is the highest. Even though the hail is really small, it's still separating charges in the cloud. So that's why you get a lot of lightning, and you can see that. But that's also a sign of a lot of turbulence, and that translates at the surface. So you've got, if you're in Wiley and Saxe and Garland and Rockwall here soon, well, actually now just entering to Rockwall, you've got okay, a lot of lightning, you don't want to be outside, a lot of heavy rain, you don't want to be driving around, and a swirling wind that's going on with this heavy rain that just seems to be coming in from every direction. So there's going to be some things flying. Now, there isn't a warning out on this because these winds are under 60 miles an hour, but you've got 40-mile-per-hour winds at the surface just swirling under the big rain. And this is going to be going on for a while. As McKenna was pointing out, this is in no big hurry to leave, it seems, on north parts of Dallas County. And McKenna, really, I'm a little surprised they have not issued at least a flood advisory in this area, because this has been some pretty big rain for a while now.
Jeff, do you think as this starts, we're starting to see it fill in, and it's going to fill in right over downtown Dallas. Do you think by the time it does that, this starts to pick up some speed there?
It should, and it might start becoming a wind threat again if the line can fill in and get solid. It's pretty beefy up here in the north part of Dallas up to Denton, and it looks like the stuff that is down in South Dallas is starting to pick up in intensity. That stretches all the way back to Ellis and Johnson as well. So, you know, there is kind of a strength by numbers things that happens when a line fills in. You can get more organized winds coming out of the front of it. We'll wait and see. We were thinking that this was going to happen more over Tarrant County here earlier in the evening here, but it looks like finally the dry line all coming together over the Metroplex over Dallas County.
Yeah, and that's where we are seeing all of those heavy rains. That's what Jeff is mentioning, more of a rain threat, heavy rain threat through Dallas County, but we are starting to see this fill in right out over Irving. They're starting to come together, and I think that happens just about right over downtown Dallas. So it's everything down to the southeast of there that is going to see that really strong wind threat, which is what we're already seeing with this line down to the south. Cleburne, you're about in the clear from those strongest wind gusts, but we're going to see them for Waxahachie here shortly. It's crossing 35 and really headed toward Midlothian, where we're seeing some of those strongest winds right now. Waxahachie, though, this is right on your doorstep. Pecan Hill, Glen Heights, you're starting to see some of those strong winds. Eventually, this heads toward 45, close to Ennis, Palmer, Wilmer, and we're looking down south of there, places like Rice, Corsicana, Bardwell, Italy, Milford. You're all going to start to pick up on those incredibly strong wind gusts. You'll notice how this line is really bowing out right through this area, close to Grandview, Rio Vista. And then we've got those heavy rains back through Glen Rose and the frequent lightning out there, too. You're probably seeing quite the light show through that area and hearing the thunder as well. None of that is severe warned anymore. Our severe thunderstorm warning is still in effect for Erath County and for portions of, let's see, we've got Erath and we've also got Comanche County there as well. Heavy rains through De Leon, but notice Stephenville, you're in the clear. This has moved through your area. The front is through Stephenville. It is really those southern and southeastern sides of Erath County that are still dealing with those strong winds and that frequent lightning. Dublin, you're about in the clear from this as well. Comanche, though, you've still got to get through the brunt of that really southern flank of that cold front. But again, back off to the west, Eastland County, you're good. Anywhere west of that cold front, if you've seen the heavy rain and you've seen those strong gusty winds roll through your area, that front has moved through, you're good at this point. You've just got some of those flood advisories left over, that flood warning in effect for Palo Pinto. Those are things to be mindful of as you wake up. Make sure that you're not driving through that water ponding. But at this point, it really is that flood threat through Dallas County. We do have a whole lot of lightning through Plano, Wiley, Garland. You'll notice they're very light on the map here, so they don't overwhelm the radar reflectivity. But we've got a lot of lightning strikes through this area. Can we sample some of this hail core here, Jeff, right close to Rose Hill?
They're getting ready to issue a flood warning for this area as well, as we suspected.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, well, let's sample some hail because we're seeing little pockets of small penny-sized hail. No surprise, McKenna, with all this lightning that there's some ice circulating into these storms.
Absolutely, and I think some of that we've seen upwards of ping-pong ball-sized hail down through places like Erath and Comanche counties, but we've also got some hail moving over Garland and headed in toward places like Mesquite. What's the hail size that we're seeing through that area, Jeff?
It's pretty small. Let me sample it. But over by the airport, that's walnut size. So that's a little bit bigger than small. Marble size would be pocket change stuff, enough to make some noise. But you got quarter size hail, at least up higher off the surface down in Cockrell Hill area. That's something can get your attention. It can actually do some damage. And as we go down here, I bet you if I put this in motion just in the last 30 minutes, you will see the hail cores kind of coming up with this. In fact, they kind of appear just in the last 30 minutes, and sampling those, the $half size hail. Again, this is off the surface, but you can expect at least 3/4 inch size hail falling out of this. Midlothian, Maypearl, Waxahachie, that's headed your way. You're getting the heavy rain here soon and a lot of lightning with it, but this is going to be some hail now that's part of the equation, and this line is starting to come together and pick up some punch. By the way, that is the flash flood warning for Dallas till 2 in the morning, and that does include parts of Collin County. Again, McKenna and myself, we really advise you, if you live in the Plano area, Rockwall, Garland, Dalrock, please do not be driving around. This is a torrential rain hitting you, all this lightning and some small hail on top of that. You don't want to be hitting that size hail if you are going 50, 60 miles an hour on any of the interstates around here.
Let's go ahead and sample some of those rain totals. We're probably starting to see some of those, at least for the west and northwest sides of Dallas County. There you go. Places like Carrollton, Capel. We have seen heavy rains. We'll start to see the rain totals in this area close to Dalrock picking up as well. Over 2 inches, 2.5 inches of rain north of Richardson, northeast of Renner, 3 inches just to the east of Hebron. This is really, really heavy rain in a short period of time that can overwhelm the drains. You see the rises to the creeks and the streams. If you do live in those lower areas, closer to those creeks, streams, the rivers, places like that, that's a lot of rain in a very short period of time. In fact, that's just in the last 3 hours. And I think really this is over the course of the last probably hour and a half.
About the last hour and a half, yeah.
So right through northern Dallas County, Farmers Branch, Carrollton, we've seen the heavy rain stretching from Hickory Creek down into the Colony, Louisville, Flower Mound. Really incredible rain totals through that area, and those frequent lightning strikes too. This just is not moving quickly. So we've seen that flash flood warning now in effect for northern Dallas County as expected. And if we take a look back at reflectivity, I think we'll start to see that rain starting to fill in right out over downtown Dallas. You see it right there. This is all starting to come together. That's going to meet right close to the University Park area. So downtown Dallas still going to pick up on some of that heavy rain. This area of that line is moving quicker. I don't expect this to linger over downtown Dallas like we've seen through northern Dallas County, but you'll still notice if you live in downtown Dallas, if you're moving through that area, you'll see that frequent lightning, you'll hear the thunder, and you'll start to see some of those winds picking up. What you'll hear through these areas, you may hear some of that hail. As we were mentioning, we were sampling those hail sizes. We're talking sub-severe sized hail for the most part through this northern section, so northern Dallas County and portions of Collin County. You may still hear that hitting the windows, hitting the roofs, and then of course that wind on top of that. You'll hear those winds whipping next couple of hours as this continues that southeastward track. Let's take a wider view, give you a recap of everything we've got going on, and we're just going to continue to watch as this cold front makes its way through the Metroplex and continues southeast through North Texas. The one warning, the severe thunderstorm warning that we have left over for Erath and Comanche counties, here's right where that cold front sits. So if you live back west, Mineral Wells, Decatur, Bowie, Graham, you're good. You're in the clear. This is over for you. But that severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 11:30. So this is for about 2 more minutes for Erath and Comanche counties.
They are going to extend this one, by the way.
Okay, and further to the southeast, Jeff?
Yeah,
okay.
They will extend it, and I think they're going to. I'm trying to figure out what they're doing with the flash flood warning, but the flash flood warning is going to continue here in Dallas and Collin County.
Okay.
You know, McKenna and I have talked about this before. There's kind of a hole in the threat factor here because there aren't 60-mile-per-hour winds. There isn't hail. Well, there might be a few scattered spots where the hail is reaching close to 1 inch, so they don't issue a warning. They do have the flood warning out, but keep in mind, heat is the biggest killer in North Texas. The second is flooding, and half flood deaths occur in cars at night. So this is a very high threat, actually, despite the fact that you don't see any thunderstorm warnings over the Metroplex right now. It's still very dangerous to drive in this. You get a lot of auto accidents, and because visibility in a driving rain is very difficult, very low, you could all of a sudden find yourself closing in on an accident at a high rate of speed, and that causes even more accidents. So we have to be very careful when you get rain like this with turbulent winds and frequent lightning moving over the Metroplex, a highly dense populated urban area. Also, now that the front is starting to catch up, you see this secondary bit of heavy rain over Carrollton moving into University Park. That is also going to move across portions of this flood warning. That's the actual front. The good news is the front will finally push all of this off to the east, and it will pick up speed, so it won't be as big as a flooding threat by the time it gets over to Rockwall, Hunt County, and to parts of Kaufman County. You'll still get this torrential rain, but you know, like they're saying in Saxe, they got 1.25 inches rain in just 30 minutes. So that gives you an idea of just how heavy this rain is. There's Saxe right there. Again, they got over 1 inch of rain in just 30 minutes from this. So that almost guarantees you've got ponding on the street roads, excuse me, with some flash flooding due here. But as you can tell, McKenna, it is starting to pick up speed as the front's starting to carry this away.
Yeah, we're starting to see it fill in right over downtown Dallas as expected. So it's still northern Dallas County. Carrollton has been hit by those heavy rains for almost 2 hours at this point. Farmers Branch, Richardson has been dealing with it for quite some time. Garland, Saxe, as we mentioned, 1.25 inches in just 30 minutes is a huge amount of rain. And they're not done with it yet. This is all to come back behind it. And that's why that flash flood warning is in place. That flash flood warning takes effect when flooding is imminent. We've got active flooding on the roadways, things that you have to watch out for if you are traveling. Hopefully not many people on the roads by this point of the night, but we do have that flash flood warning. I'm looking off to the side. Can we pull up our Dallas tower camera, our Dallas sky cam? It's got quite the light show there, and visibility quite low as you would expect out over Dallas. Yeah, we've got that getting pulled up here, but you'll notice this is what you'll see. If you watch this camera As we look off to the west here, you can see visibility is lowered because we've got that heavy rain right through that area. And if you watch for long enough, you see just lightning strike after lightning strike. This is all headed right into downtown Dallas as we're watching this cold front fill in. We have more lightning and heavy rain both to the south of Dallas and to the north.
Yeah. If we could turn that camera south, we would see quite the show. Or if we were able to turn it north, it would really be filling up the sky. But I think you're seeing those little moments of lightning. That is just the lightning south and north lighting.
Yeah, up around it.
Yeah, up around it. So we're getting the peripheral flashes, but that is, there's a tremendous lightning show going on over by Garland, Dow Rock, and also down by Duncanville, by River Oaks and DeSoto. I mean, they're just getting a lot of lightning right now.
And this is our Arlington camera here. Oh yeah, you can see that off behind AT&T Stadium.
So that's looking down into the Duncanville area, and that's where there is just this core of lightning that is really intense. Along with some very heavy rain and some gusty winds that are underneath this. This is going to be a heavy rain event, even more so across North Dallas County, and all this kind of moving into Rockwall. So it has picked up speed, but they might have to issue a flood warning for Rockwall as well. I know it's just now over I-30 over by the county and encompassing almost all of Rockwall now. So the lightning is intense there from Garland to Saxe to Wiley. The heavy rain is very bad. The heavy rain, by the way, has finally left Allen and in the Plano area. It was really bad for a while there. Frisco, you're finally in the clear. So is the Colony in Louisville, Flower Mound. The heavy rain is in Farmers Branch, moving into University Park, Highland Park area. You're about to just get clobbered with a torrential rain, and that torrential rain right now is going on all the way from New Hope, Rose Hill, and Dow Rock into Rockwall, and all of Rockwall County getting ready to get swallowed up by it as well. The flood warning is in this part of North Dallas County and southern parts of Collin County, but the heavy rain has left Collin County. The heavy rain has not left parts of Dallas County. The leading edge of that has some pretty strong winds. If I put up velocity, you can make that out where you see that. I'll take the lightning off and draw it out, but you see this area right here. This is where the strongest winds are, and though it's not a warned storm, I wouldn't be surprised if we're talking about at least 40-mile-per-hour winds that are basically on the leading edge of the heavy rain. So you get this huge roaring wind, you hear all the thunder, and then all of a sudden you're under all those lightning bolts going on, and it just starts to pour rain because rainfall rates have just been very high. There's a lot of moisture in the air, and fortunately it doesn't rain for 5 hours in Rockwall because it's falling at a rate close to 5 inches an hour. But this stuff fortunately has, we were saying earlier, has picked up speed as the cold front now catching up with all of this and starting to push it further to the east at a quicker rate. That's kind of what's been happening down on the southern part of the storm in Dallas County. Notice how it's moving quicker also over into Ellis and Johnson. And again, there's no warnings out. I know it's grabbing your attention and got you worried, but you don't have to worry about tornadoes or 60-mile-per-hour winds or damaging hail, but you will have some hail fall, and the heavy rain is going to cause any problem for travelers out there. And McKenna, it looks like there's another little lightning cluster that's starting to form right here.
Carter, are we able to turn that Dallas Skycam, or are we not? I'm having a hard time trying to do that. Okay.
Yeah, we can't move that camera.
All right.
Pea-size hail.
Mention, Jeff.
Yeah.
Pea-size hail. We have got a message from emergency management in the city of Rowlett experiencing flooding on multiple streets that we are not used to seeing flooding on. So you can see the hail core right over there, and as we switch over to reflectivity, heavy rains impacting, there it is. You can see some of those high reflectivity values. So Rowlett Road there, Centerville Road, where we're seeing some of those heavy rains. They're talking about flooding again on streets that they're not used to seeing flooding on. And we've talked about some of those rain rates, 4 and 5 inches per hour. This is a very slow moving cluster. This has sat over this area for quite some time, impacting places like Garland, Centerville, Rose Hill, Liberty Grove, and Rowlett is included in that flash flood warning. When that warning is issued, that flash flood warning, that is a sign that that flooding is imminent, that it is actively going on, and we've got that confirmation through Rowlett. So fortunately, we're at a time of the evening where not many people are out on the roads, but if you do have plans to head out, if you can avoid it, I would. But those rainfall rates, notice in the pink, those extreme rainfall rates, 7 inches per hour, right close to Rowlett. And this is the reason that you don't want to be out in this. That flood threat is there. This has just been sitting over this area for about 2+ hours at this point. Northern Dallas County has really borne the brunt of those heavy rains as this cluster is just moving very slowly. That was a flashback.
This is a whole hour.
An hour, and it just lingers over.
Yeah,
the same
it basically, you can see what happened. I mean, it came out of the Colony, Louisville area, and this is an hour almost, and still going on in the flood warning area. Again, they're very concerned about what's going on in this part of the flood warning area, and what is they're starting to see develop in Rockwall as well. With
Jeff, it looks like we're seeing a little bit of that kind of the downfall of that thunderstorm, the downburst pushing a lot of that rain out as well.
Yeah,
over the last hour.
It might be collapsing a little bit. It's hard to tell when there's so much rain in here, but we'll see if we can pick up any kind of signature of something moving away. Yeah, there it is right there. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that little bright red.
Right out over.
Right, that is at least the leading edge of where the heavy rain is going. A little bit of a collapse there. There's still some hail in here, and it's not very big, but I think it is inspiring a lot of lightning that's going on there. So it tells me even though the hail isn't large, the updrafts aren't that big, it is still enough in the upper reaches to separate charges and get some serious lightning that we're seeing. See that cluster right there? Let's do a count on that. That's almost 400 strikes just in that little area.
Yeah, frequent lightning right out over Rowlett, right where those heavy rains are. And those heavy rains stretch into Rockwall, places like Fate, headed into Blackland, where we're seeing some of those stronger winds through that area as well. Primarily, the threat with this area is those heavy rains moving through northern Dallas County and right into Rockwall County. In fact, this has almost completely overtaken Rockwall County. Can we zoom out, Jeff? I want to orient people with, there's that line filling in right over downtown Dallas. So downtown Dallas going to pick up some heavy rains. As Jeff and I have been mentioning, though, as this cold front really starts to help these clusters of storms come together, which is what we've seen in the last hour, they're meeting over downtown Dallas. This starts to form that line, and it picks up in speed a little bit. But we haven't seen that speed increase just yet, maybe a little bit. But we really need this to move through a little bit quicker to eliminate that flood threat downstream. For places like Kaufman County, you haven't even seen the heaviest or really any of this rain just yet. Places like Terrell, we've got a couple of sprinkles near there, but those heavy rains are still to come for Kaufman County. They're moving through Duncanville and into Wilmer, Segoville, and then down to the south of there. It looks like, is that a special weather statement?
Yeah,
there?
It's just a statement out for the storms. The 40 mile-per-hour winds are kicking out on that leading edge, and the fact that it's certainly not the weather you want to be driving through. It's going to go right over 35. It's going over there now, in fact, going right over the 45 corridor, and that's going to make it for very dangerous driving.
Yeah, Waxahachie, you're dealing with those strong winds right now. I've also got a report of over 50-mile-per-hour gusts measured at Comanche, and I believe we've still got a severe we've still got a severe thunderstorm warning.
That's the one they extended.
Yeah.
So there's a new warning that goes on to 12:45 because of those winds.
Right. So you can see right where those strongest winds are. You can see multiple Boeing segments there moving right through Comanche with that frequent lightning, heavy rains through Comanche. This includes portions of Bosque, Hamilton, Comanche, and then those southeast sides of Erath counties as well. Stephenville, you're dealing with a little bit of rain on the back edge, but as far as the severe weather threat goes, you're done with it. In Stephenville, it is really those southeast sides of Erath County that are still dealing with the brunt of that. Some strong winds through portions of Comanche County there. Those are all going to head into Hamilton County. Jeff's highlighting those separate Boeing segments that we have all along this cold front. Really a wind threat through that area. Comanche is where we have seen those gusts most recently, 50 to 60 miles per hour. So those are gusts strong enough to do some damage. That's why we have that severe thunderstorm warning in place. We've also got a little bit of a hail core at this point just to the southwest of Comanche, where we've seen hail with this line upwards of ping pong ball sized, probably a little bit smaller at this point, now quarter sized hail there. So that is low level severe weather threat, 1 inch in diameter. By the time that reaches the surface, it's probably just below that severe threat as far as hail goes. But we do certainly have those severe warned winds in those Boeing segments right here. That'll push into Hamilton County, out of Comanche County, and then once again, Stephenville, really no longer dealing with that wind threat. But that special weather statement you see there in the lighter, kind of the tan color there, that is all up along this cold front. And that is for winds that are not severe warned, but they're strong winds. So we're talking wind gusts upwards of 40 miles per hour in that special weather statement. Headed into Waxahachie through Ellis County there. That is that strong wind threat for Hill, Texas as well. Hill County there, where we have that line moving right in. So that's going to bring those gusty winds right along 35, posing a threat to Waxahachie, Italy, Hillsborough, places like Whitney, and then down into West. Corsicana eventually going to see all of this as that line starts to cross 45 right close to DeSoto and Waxahachie. This just continues to move down to the southeast. We've got that flood warning in effect for northern Dallas County as this line starts to fill in. It looks like we're finally starting to see that pick up the pace a little bit. Capel finally starting to see some dry time. DFW as well, just a few sprinkles left over in that area. But that flash flood warning is in effect until 2 o'clock tomorrow morning because we're seeing these heavy rain rates. We're seeing upwards of 5 to 7 inches per hour. And you can see those extreme rainfall rates, that frequent lightning, just dumping a lot of rain over that same area. And so that flood warning is in effect even after that line moves through, because you can still see those rises to the creeks, to the streams, that ponding on the roadways. When you're getting that much rain, it takes a while for it to drain. So that's something you need to watch out for, especially if you're headed out while it's still dark into tomorrow morning. Notice all of that rain through places like Cowley, Renner, Richardson, Farmers Branch, back into Carrollton, Trinity Mills, Capel. But again, Capel starting to see that all begin to wrap up. It's those northwest sides of Dallas County. You're about in the clear. That cold front has cleared your area. And so if you are still under that flood warning, that's something to keep in mind. If you are headed out, watch for the ponding. But as far as a severe weather threat goes, outside of that flooding, you're not going to be dealing with any of those strong winds or that hail threat. That is all tracking to the southeast. That heavy rain threat moving into Rockwall County. And I think we're starting to see this gain some speed as that cold front really starts to fill in all of this storm activity. It's moving off to the east of downtown Dallas, headed toward Mesquite, Segoville, Wilmer. Seeing some fairly gusty winds right close to Wilmer there. Box Springs, you're starting to see some of those heavy rains. Fortunately, you're not going to deal with it for as long as we've seen in northern Dallas County. Jeff is highlighting kind of that Boeing segment right there. Those are strong winds stretching from Caddo Mills there down into McClendon, back toward Mesquite and Box Springs. And we've still got some gusty winds through downtown Dallas, just not quite as strong as what we've seen in other places. really those heavy rains are going to clear downtown Dallas over the next probably 30 to 45 minutes as that line continues to move to the southeast into Kaufman County. Kaufman County, you're still in the path of this. And then it's those east and southeast sides of North Texas that are going to deal with these heavy rains and that wind threat into the overnight hours. What works in our favor is as we head into the overnight, these storms lose that daytime heating element. And so they start to lose some of those ingredients that we need to maintain that severe weather threat. That's not to say these are not still strong storms, though. By the time they get into places like Athens and Palestine, that's something we'll have to watch closely into these overnight hours. But again, we have seen them lose some of their steam. We had more severe thunderstorm warnings a little bit earlier this evening, just after sundown, but we are losing that heating element. However, we still have the moisture, and that cold front is providing that lift necessary to help maintain some of that wind intensity for places like Midlothian, Cleburne, down into Erath and Comanche counties. And then it's just that rain threat through northern Dallas County where that flood warning is in effect. Rowlett, once again, that was an area where they've seen active flooding on the roadways. And they're saying on roads that they don't typically see flooding. So that is just a sign that we are seeing heavy rains that are impacting areas that typically have good drainage. We're seeing that flooding in the city of Rowlett, and that is confirmation from emergency management there. Jeff, anything else you're seeing at this point?
No, I think the line continues to now start to push the heavy rain. You're going to have in Garland and Saxe kind of one more round of this very heavy rain that has been moving on. Let me clear that. I apologize. This heaviest rain that's over by Richardson now, that's kind of the last of it. I know it's been a terribly affected area, especially Plano, and you can see how we're going to see one last bit of it. It's getting pushed out now by the front. And in fact, the cell itself is starting to kind of lose its structure. It's gusting out a little bit. That's why we see this outflow boundary right here. The storm might be weakening, but at the same time still producing a lot of lightning and a lot of very heavy rain. It's just that the winds, the leading edge of that might be in that 40-mile-per-hour range that will soon be over by Tawakoni Lake and into Terrell and Taultley as well, and parts of Forney. You're getting ready to get the big wind and the heavy rain that comes in right behind it and all that tremendous lightning. Could you imagine what it's like traveling over I-30 right now? Oh my goodness, you pick up that heavy rain. If you're heading west, you're going to pick up that heavy rain just as you enter Rockwall County, and you will be in it all the way into downtown Dallas. That is going to be some treacherous driving.
Yeah, we're talking much lowered visibility, and then the ponding on the roadways. You get into portions of Dallas County, and even in those areas where you're not under that flash flood warning, that doesn't mean we're not seeing some flooding and some ponding in other areas. So those are all things to watch out for, especially if you are leaving in those early morning hours, that time frame where it is still dark outside. It's harder to see what's out ahead of you, something you'll want to pay close attention to. By this point, we get into the morning drive, and this cluster, this line will have cleared the Metroplex and will be into our far southeastern counties, but you've got to watch for those leftovers. Hopefully most of this has drained by that point, but that flash flood warning for northern Dallas County, those heavy rains are moving east and southeast of downtown Dallas and now posing that threat. We've got heavy rains through the entire area of Rockwall County and then still headed into Kaufman County. We've been talking about that slowly but surely. This is on your doorstep there, just starting to cross that northwestern portion of Kaufman County. We have this Boeing segment south of Dallas that's moving a little bit quicker, and expect this to start to gain some of that speed north of Dallas as it continues to start to push out and form that line, which is what we've seen. We saw that come together right out over downtown Dallas. Sunnyvale, you're starting to see some of those heavy rains. Forney, it's headed your way. Talty, you'll see this shortly as well. And then Terrell, you're dealing with that too. We have the frequent lightning right through this area. And then again, those heavy rains now moving out of downtown Dallas. We've got flood advisories. We've got got flash flood warnings. At this point through the Metroplex, we're not dealing with any severe thunderstorm warnings, which means the wind threat is all under 60 miles per hour and really under 40 miles per hour for Dallas County. But we do have those gusty winds through Ellis County, and look at that. That's where that wind threat lies, right over Waxahachie, where we've got wind gusts of upwards of 40 miles per hour. This light tan box that you see, that cream colored box for Ellis County, that is a special weather statement, and that's just a strong storm that's not quite that severe criteria, but is still strong enough to take note of. So Waxahachie dealing with those strong winds. Places like Nina and Nelson, you're going to pick up on that strong wind activity here shortly. 5 Points, Boz, you're dealing with that as well. Jeff is sampling some of those wind values, once again, close to 40 miles per hour. So that is right in that special weather statement criteria. At this point, I think the only leftover severe thunderstorm warning we have is down to our southwest for Comanche and portions of Erath counties. And now we've got a tornado warning in effect there. This is pushing out of Comanche County and into Hamilton County there. You can see some of that rotation. This is southeast of Gustine. That tornado warning in effect until 12:30, so half an hour after midnight here. Lambkin, that's right where that rotation is. So County Road 286, County Road 260. We've got this Boeing segment of the cold front that's providing the lift, and then likely the influence of that low-level jet, that southeasterly flow, adding some of that moisture. I think that's likely the case that we've got here. Is that right, Jeff?
Well, you know, you have to look down to anything to the south for any potential, but this is basically a break in the line, and this bowed out here, and you look for rotation on both sides of the bow. This one was the one a little bit closer to the southeast wind to trigger this rotation. Now, I guess this isn't considered our coverage area, but you can see there's rotation as on the west area of Comanche County, but the warning is for this one, for this area right here. This would be a short-lived tornado. It would probably be on the weaker side. It would also definitely be radar indicated, especially here late at night, but you can already see what's happening with it. That is an outflow boundary that's going around the circulation, and this whole thing will come around, and when it does, eventually it's going to get somewhere to this point, and when it does, it will choke this off. So we'll have to honor it as a possible tornado over by Lambkin and Gentry's Mill, but I don't think it's going to have a very long life. We saw this rotation earlier that was coming down the storm. If you watch the reds there and see how it's descending down on the downdraft side and causing this wrap up here on the leading edge of the reflectivity. It's not something you would even be able to see even if you were standing like right here because of the rain, but there is a lot of lightning associated with this updraft and a possible kind of a short, weak tornado that forms right there and might live for 5 to 10 minutes.
That's right where Jeff has circled those reds meeting those greens. We're starting to see, they meet together right here. We're talking places, this is just to the, it looks like 4 miles north of Lambkin, 14 miles northwest of Hamilton, and just moving to the southeast at about 10 miles per hour. So it's not moving real quickly, starting to move out of our coverage area. Comanche County is still our area, but notice this is crossing right into Hamilton County. That's going to cross the county line here shortly. You can see right where that rotation is. We've got a little bit of a hail core there too, hail upwards of quarter size, so 1 inch in diameter. Once again, we've got a couple of areas of rotation too, Lambkin and then just north of, or just east of Hazeldale. This is tracking to the southeast about 10 miles per hour. Gentry's Mill, this puts it on your doorstep about 12:07, and Springtown looking at about 12:16. But of course, getting into lower populated areas, so you'll notice fewer towns on that tracker there. But we've got a couple of areas of rotation trying to form. That's some broad rotation.
Yeah, there's another one. Do you see that one to the north as well? Yeah, these would be very weak tornadoes, but if that happened to hit a structure, you wouldn't consider it a weak tornado, believe me. This is pretty much wrapped up with rain at this point too, and you can see where the updraft is operating by, we see the footprint of the lightning, and the reflectivity, though, isn't that clear. We can certainly see some gate to gate in a couple locations. It'd be one of those scenarios, McKenna, where, you know, even if it's not a tornado, there's such strong winds coming out of this right now, right in this moment, that it could be straight line wind damage as well, with maybe some small rotation going on. We don't know if this is hitting the ground, because we can only sample 6,000 feet above the ground, because of where it's located. It's pretty far away from the Sphinx radar. But that is rotation in this cell. It is just where the heavier rain is to the north and the hill core when the updraft, and then again on the leading edge, you can kind of make out a little bit of an inflow notch. Those would suggest that the rotation would be right here, moving into Gentry's Mill, but it is not a very clear signature, and it's also a signature taken pretty far off the ground. But that is a tornado warning for Hamilton County until 12:30 p.m., and it is part of a large line of thunderstorms that stretches from Brown County, where there's a warning out here till 12:45, and these warnings also include Bosque County to 12:45. The winds aren't as strong as McKenna was talking about earlier, heading into Whitney Lake, headed towards the split in Hillsborough, headed towards Ennis. You could expect 40-mile-per-hour winds, and this whole system that you see now in southern parts of Dallas County, it's bowed out over into Kaufman and headed towards Tawakoni Lake, so there could be some pretty strong winds there, but it does look like the heaviest rain is starting to finally really pull away, and from Plano to Garland, still raining heavy, but clearing off to the west. McKenna, that's good news for that flood-warned area. We were getting very concerned there as that cell. I think what happened is that we'd have to go back pretty far in time, if you can indulge me here for a minute, because I think the line caught up with a supercell. I think right there, the one that was over Denton, remember all the warnings out on that one? Yeah. The 70-mile-per-hour winds, I think that was a supercell, and the front caught up with it, started to push it, and that's what's left of the supercell gushing out now. It's starting to gust out over into northern Kaufman County and over into Tawakoni across southern Hunt County, and that this is all associated with the front. Also notice how it's been kind of stretching out. I think that's what we end up with. We were talking earlier that we were going to end up with a stationary front tomorrow that would focus where the rain will be tomorrow. Here it is forming right now, as this part of it is going faster than this part. So we're starting to see the stationary front start to queue up down here where the stronger thunderstorms are, but the heaviest rain now moving into parts of southern Hunt County and northern parts of Kaufman County, and the lightning show continues to be very impressive here, McKenna. I'll put a count on it just to show you, but that's 500 strikes in a 15-minute period.
Just in that area. Notice just really over Rockwall County, where we've got upwards of 350 plus lightning strikes just moving southeast of Rockwall. This is moving out of Rockwall. There's a little bit more rain behind it. That'll move through a little bit more quickly, but I'm still concerned about places like Rowlett, where we've seen those flooding, that flooding on those streets. Like we said, streets that don't normally see that flooding. While the heaviest of the rain has moved through, this is still heavy rain.
Very heavy.
That is moving through that area once again, an area that's already seen those training thunderstorms. And we've got extreme rain rates once again moving through Richardson, Adelia, Garland. Just really incredible rain totals right through this area. Can we sample some of those rain totals through Garland, close to Rowlett, places like Saxe?
Yeah, that really heavy rain of yellow has started to move in. You can see, if I put it in 30 minutes, the way where it's headed. It's been really building up into Garland and into Rockwall. So here's some sampling for you, McKenna.
And notice over places just to the west of Renner, where we've got 4 inches of rain just in the last 2 hours or so. The border of Collin County and Dallas County there, 3.5 inches of rain. 2.3. This is just to the southwest of Saxe. 4 inches of rain just east of Carrollton. These are really incredible rain totals, and you'll notice just why that flash flood warning is in effect for those areas. That flash flood warning in effect until 2 o'clock tomorrow morning. Now, it's not going to still be raining over that area at 2 o'clock in the morning, but the reason that warning is in effect through that length is because you can still see slow drainage in areas. Those poor drained areas, those are spots to watch for ponding, but also you're seeing rises to creeks, to streams a couple of hours after the fact. And so those are all going to be places to watch. Those lower lying roadways, those will be spots to watch as you head out. If you're headed out for a morning commute in the hours where it's still dark out, those will be things to be mindful of as this continues that southeastward track, moving through Rockwall County, and then we've got those gusty winds through Ellis County, back through really exiting Johnson County at this point. We've got 2 tornado warnings now there, Jeff.
This one is out of our area.
Mills County, but just as you were talking about, right on each edge of that Boeing segment.
Yeah, we were seeing some signature trying to form there, and it looks like the National Weather Service concurs that where again we watch these lines bow out, and then we look for on both ends of the bow where it tucks back in for rotation to form. It's just kind of the mechanics of an outflow boundary at its peripheral. It's going to start twisting the winds there as it reaches back into the storm. So those both areas now have produced tornado warnings. One in this is over in Comanche and getting ready to go into Hamilton, and this one is down in Mills. And I know this isn't really our coverage area. We feel very fortunate that these areas are not in North Texas, but this could be some short-lived tornadoes that do damage in a very small path, but if it hits a structure, it could damage it significantly. Those are the 2 cores that are pushing that, and what they probably did was combine to get the outflow boundary going, and now producing this rotation.
Let's give people a wide view, reorient everything. You'll notice those areas of rotation right there that Jeff's highlighting. That one, it's more broad rotation at this point. Like Jeff was mentioning, more short-lived, and we're starting to see that pull apart. It's still strong winds, and as Jeff mentioned, you can still see straight-line wind damage in those areas, and those can cause just as much damage. And then you'll notice that gate-to-gate shear there. That is that tornado-warned area into Mills County. Once again, this is not our area. This is approaching the town of Democrat, but just something to highlight with that Boeing segment. On each end of that Boeing segment, we've got those 2 areas of rotation, and that one near Lambkin is starting to pull apart. Still strong gusty winds through that area, and some strong winds right through Gentry's Mill. So something to take note of. That is also moving out of our area into Hamilton County, and fortunately, as Jeff mentioned, we didn't have those warnings through most of our area. But I do want to give people a view of that reflectivity scan as we're starting to see this line push push out of Dallas County. It's the east sides of Dallas County. This has now moved through downtown Dallas. We do still have some heavy rains left over through places like Plano. This is starting to move out of Plano, moving out of Garland. This is still headed through Rockwall County. Kaufman County, you do still have some heavy rains to get through. But fortunately, they are moving a whole lot faster at this point than they were as they sat right through northern Dallas County. Kaufman, you're going to start to pick up on some of those heavy rains. You're likely hearing the thunder. And then we've got that frequent lightning moving out of Rockwall County and out of Dallas County into Kaufman County. Segoville, you're really bearing the brunt of this right now, but it's moving through at a quicker pace at this point. We have gusty winds along that segment there and really along this entire cold front. Expect gusty winds, expect the frequent lightning, and then that flood threat where we see those training storms, which I don't expect to be as much of an issue as this continues to move down to the southeast. But as Jeff was mentioning, we're talking about a stationary front setting up as we head into tomorrow. So any of those areas that do pick up those heavy rains tonight, where we see any of those storms develop tomorrow over that soggy soil, those will be spots to watch. However, now that this line has really formed and come together, this will move at a bit of a quicker pace. So this is something we're going to continue to keep an eye on through these overnight hours. It does still pose that gusty wind threat. Fortunately, at this point, we're not seeing much in the way of severe thunderstorm warnings. I think that last warning is now has exited Erath County there and Comanche counties. So fortunately, those severe thunderstorm warned areas are moving out of our North Texas region, pushing really into central Texas. We'll continue to watch as this cold front dives southeast, though, through the next couple of hours. This continues into the southeast sides of North Texas as we get into that early Wednesday morning time frame. What is left of this through Dallas County is pushing into Segoville and into Kaufman County. Again, that poses a heavy rain threat, so something to be mindful of. We'll continue to bring you updates, though, on the stream as we get through the next couple of hours and into the overnight. That flash flood warning for northern Dallas County, portions of Collin County, that is in effect until 2 o'clock in the morning. Hopefully not many people headed out in this, but if you are, that is going to be something to be especially mindful of. Any ponding and the flooding that is active, we know in spots like Rowlett. This is going to continue to move southeast, and then for tomorrow, as that stationary front sets up, we'll be looking at that spotty shower and thunderstorm threat primarily off to the east of 35 as we get into tomorrow afternoon and evening, those leftover spotty storms. For the west sides of North Texas, going to see a mainly dry day. It'll be a nice reprieve from all of this before those storm threats pick back up into the weekend. But for Ellis County, that special weather statement in effect until 12:45. That is for wind gusts right around that 40-mile-per-hour range. That is also the case for Hill County. Really all along that cold front, you'll want to be mindful of those gusty winds and then those heavy rain rates. But as I mentioned, Jeff and I will be here keeping a close eye on this. We'll bring you these updates on the stream as we get additional warnings through the rest of this evening. You can find us, of course, if you're here, you know where to find us on the CBS News app. Just click Texas there. And as additional warnings are issued, we will be sure to join back on the stream and walk you through those threats. everybody. It is now 12:35. I'm First Alert Chief Meteorologist McKenna King. I've got a new severe thunderstorm warning I want to talk to you about moving through Kaufman County. This is still that same cold front, that same line of storms that was moving through Dallas County, but we're starting to see a little bit more of a bowing segment as this moves right over Kaufman. So Kaufman dealing with some strong gusty winds up as high as about 60 miles per hour. We have some hail with this too. Most of that hail threat is subsevere. We're talking hail upwards of 3/4 of an inch. So you're talking hail nickel-sized, marble-sized, walnut-sized. Once it gets up to an inch in diameter, that's when it is that severe-sized hail that can do damage to vehicles, to roofs. So hail not as much of a threat. We are still seeing smaller hail inside this thunderstorm and this line of storms, but really it is that wind threat. And you can see it with that bowing segment there moving right through Kaufman and right over the center of Kaufman County. This is all tracking to the southeast, and at this point it is moving at a quicker pace than it was just a little bit earlier through Dallas County. The good news is at this point, Fort Worth, Dallas, and everything back off to the west and to the northwest, you are in the clear. No more of a severe weather threat. As we get into these overnight hours, you're done with this. But we do still have those threats in place off to the southeast sides of North Texas and then down to the south of us as well. I'm going to scroll down to the south where you can see severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. Let's see. Let's get this to move around here. Let's move it in the opposite direction, I'm telling it to. Let's pull this way. There we go. Okay, so Hamilton County, we've still got some severe thunderstorms there. This is just outside of our area, but you'll notice as we take a look through portions of southern Comanche County, that is all actively moving out of Comanche County there. That's a tornado warning in Mills County there. Once again, outside of our area, that is Waco coverage area. Fortunately, we didn't deal with much in the way of tornadic activity for North Texas. We had a couple of warnings that spawned some funnel cloud activity, but primarily what we're looking at is that strong wind threat, which is what we are seeing moving through Hamilton, portions of Hillsborough where we've got that bowing line segment there. That's an area to watch as well. Strong gusty winds right through that region, but our focus at this point, that is going to be through portions of Ellis County and Kaufman County. Gray's Prairie included in this. I'm going to zoom down. You'll notice it's starting to really break apart right close to Waxahachie. That's close to the radar site, but we're starting to see that line break apart. Right close to 35E south of Waxahachie. Ennis dealing with some heavy rain. Rosser heavy rain there too. The strongest of the winds, those are right out moving into Kemp at this point. Kaufman, you're dealing with some strong gusty winds. Terrell, you're getting on the back edge of that wind activity. You're still dealing with the heavy rains. We're starting to see some kind of wrapping around there. Just off to the west of Terrell, east of Sunnyvale. The blue you see here, that's a flash flood warning that is in effect for northern Dallas County. We've been talking about that on the stream for a couple of hours. We had just repeated rains, very slow moving cell out over northern Dallas County. Finally, it has moved out of that area, but we've got flooding on streets through places like Rowlett, places close to Garland. We've seen some significant rain totals. In fact, upwards of 4 and 5 inches of rain just over an hour and a half, 2-hour period. So northern Dallas County, that flash flood warning is still in effect, but that severe thunderstorm warning, that new warning has been issued for Kaufman County and portions of Ellis County. So as we zoom in, Scurry, Oak Grove, Gray's Prairie, Rosser, Kemp dealing with those heavy rains and those strong gusty winds. I'm going to throw a tracker on this. It looks like this is moving. It's got wind gusts of up to 60 miles per hour. That severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 1:30. So this is just under an hour there. But this is moving east at about 25 miles per hour. So I'm going to zoom out here. And we're going to throw a tracker on this. Once again, about 25 miles per hour there. So this heads toward Becker about 12:39. So right now headed over Becker. Kemp looking at 12:45 there. Scott looking at 12:48. Prairieville looking at 12:54. Wallace 105 and 7 points. You're looking at about 108. Again, as that continues kind of moving east southeasterly at about 25 miles per hour. So it's not moving through real quickly. Right now, looks like The severe thunderstorms really located from near Talty to Cottonwood to near Bardwell Lake. Nickel-sized hail with this storm here. Primarily going to be a wind threat with that line that is moving through that area. So again, that is in effect for portions of Ellis County, also portions of Kaufman County, in fact, most of Kaufman County, and then that also includes a portion of Navarro County and Van Zandt County. That also does clip a portion of Henderson County as well. And the worst of that wind threat, though, really moving through Kaufman County at this point. And eventually we'll head toward places like Kemp, into Gun Barrel City, Toole, Eustis, Log Cabin, Eustis and Log Cabin, Malakoff, just outside of that warned area for now. We'll see if we see an extension of that warning. Let's take a look, though, at the velocity scan right through this area, and that'll help us to pick up on where some of those strongest winds are. So turn on velocity here. Okay, so you can see some of those really strong winds with those bright reds, 56-mile-per-hour winds. This is just south of Oak Grove there. As we zoom in, you can see where we've got this bowing segment. Let's see here. So that's kind of stretching right through this area. That's where those strongest winds are located. So just moving into Kemp here shortly. We'll go ahead and query some of these wind speeds right close to Rosser. Again, 54 miles per hour there, 48 just south of Kaufman, 46-mile-per-hour winds in that area. We've got some strong winds just off to the west of Waxahachie, 30-mile-per-hour gusts in that area. And then I want to zoom in right here. Still got some really gusty winds right through Ennis too, but again, the strongest of those winds are right over Rosser in Kaufman County and a portion of Ellis County as well. This will head toward Grays Prairie, cross through Rosser, and continue down to the southeast, so impacting places like parts of Ennis, down into Rice, Cairns, Toole, Gun Barrel City here in the next hour or so. Throw a tracker on that once again, the strongest of those winds as that continues to move down to the southeast, about 25 miles per hour. So Peeltown looking at about 1245, so just a couple of minutes here. Becker 1249, Kemp you're looking at 1253, Sticks you're looking at 1255, Tolosa 102, and then 7 Points you're looking at about 111. Into these overnight hours. Once again, going to zoom back out, and I'm going to give you a look at that radar view, those radar reflectivity values. I'm going to turn off the lightning strikes. There is a whole lot of lightning associated with this cluster. You'll see that right here. Frequent lightning. You're likely hearing the thunder. And as we turn that lightning off, what you'll be able to see is those high reflectivity values, meaning we've got heavy rains through this area. Fortunately, it is moving at a quicker pace than it was a little bit earlier as it was tracking through Dallas County. And so it's not going to leave quite as much water on the soils, on the roadways, but flooding will still be something to watch through this region because that is dropping some heavy rain in a short period of time. And so we'll watch kind of how long that sits right out over that area. I'm going to go ahead and pull up some of our estimated rainfall totals. They're a little bit delayed, so we don't have those rain totals through Kaufman County just yet. But this is the same cluster really that moved through northern Dallas County and just sat over that area. That's 3 inches, northern Dallas County. Man, that's pretty consistent. Just south of Plano there, heavy rain rates. And in fact, we saw some totals even higher than that, upwards of 4 inches of rain through places like Rowlett, close to Garland. I don't expect rainfall totals to be as high as this moves through Kaufman County. Not quite as high as what we've seen in northern Dallas County, but still some heavy rains right through that area. Once again, this is moving right out over Kaufman. Kaufman about to see this wrap up here in the next 30 minutes or so, but Rosser bearing the brunt of this. Ennis, fortunately, not seeing quite as heavy of rain right through that area, but still some strong gusty winds as this continues to move to the southeast. This is an area I'm going to continue to watch, and then notice that line stretches as far north as the Red River and clear up into Oklahoma, and as far south as we get past Hamilton, Comanche counties, down to Brownwood, Goldthwaite. This is all a cold front that is moving right through North Texas. And then what we expect as we get into tomorrow is that front becomes a stationary boundary close to where it's setting up right now. And what that results in is kind of some spotty shower activity as we get into tomorrow afternoon. Threat for that, I think, is mostly going to be off to the east of 35. So for areas west of 35, it's a dry day. For a lot of us, we see nice dry weather into tomorrow. A warm and muggy day. Not quite as warm as today, though. We're back behind this cold front, so we're talking low to middle 80s. Still fairly humid out. And then that spotty shower activity developing into the afternoon and evening for areas to the east of 35. Right now, our only severe thunderstorm warning for our area looks like for Kaufman County, and then once again that includes a portion of Ellis, Navarro, a portion of Henderson, and also a portion of Van Zant counties. But the worst of it actively moving through Kaufman County. Once again, that is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 1:30. So that's in effect for another 45 minutes here. What we've got with this, we have hail upwards of, this is hail upwards of about 3/4 of an inch. We'll take a look at that hail core real quick. Right out over Oak Grove. Let's sample some of that. Okay, so this is all sub-severe hail as expected. Half an inch there. We're talking nickel-sized, marble-sized hail through this area. This is a warning threat. You can see it bowing out right out over Oak Grove. And that is why that severe thunderstorm warning is in place there, right in this area. And I also want to take another look at that velocity scan. Make sure we're not seeing any rotation. Wrapping in here close to Oak Grove, and it looks like it is all straight line wind, but it is really strong wind activity now pushing out of Kaufman. This is headed toward Kemp. Gonna sample some of these wind values once again. 54 miles per hour there. South of Scurry, 53. We've got wind gusts in excess of, it's 50 to 60 miles per hour through this area. This heads into Kemp, eventually tracks into Gun Barrel City. Gun Barrel City is included in this severe thunderstorm warning. And you can see right where those strongest winds lie, right in that bowing segment there. So that'll be a spot to watch as this continues to move down to the east-southeast, moving at about 25 miles per hour. So we zoom back out here and throw a track on this once again. So that heads toward Becker at 12:50. That's in just about a minute and a half here. Kemp 12:51, Styx 12:54, Tolosa looking at 1 o'clock. This is 1:08 for Cedar Creek Reservoir. 7 points, you're looking at 1:11. Gun Barrel City, you're looking at 1:14, and Maybank, you're looking at 1:15 there. So you've got about 25-30 minutes for places like Gun Barrel City and Maybank. Just keep in mind, you'll likely hear those winds whipping. Hail, you could still hear that hitting the windows, hitting the roof, but we're not talking a hail threat that's real strong enough to do damage, large enough to do damage. We get into quarter-sized hail, and that's when we start to worry about that a little bit more. But at this point, most of that hail remains sub-severe, and we are looking at that wind threat right through this area. Where those bright velocity values are, that is where we are seeing some of those strongest winds. North of Rosser, I'm still seeing some very strong winds there, upwards of 60 miles per hour right through that area. South of Grays Prairie now still have winds 53 miles per hour. Rosser, upwards of 50 miles per hour there as well. So that'll be an area to continue to watch. This is moving right into Kemp, that bowing line. As this moves out of Kaufman County, Ellis County, I'm just not worried about. It's still gusty there, don't get me wrong, but notice how this warning has even been trimmed out of it only includes a very, very small portion of Ellis County there. It is still gusty. You're still dealing with some rain through Ellis County, Waxahachie dealing with rain there. But that wind threat and that frequent lightning threat is really for Kaufman County that heads into Navarro County and portions of Henderson and Van Zandt counties as well, as this continues to move southeast about 25 miles per hour. So again, I'm going to continue to watch this. Really the only warning that is left in our North Texas region outside of that flash flood warning for northern Dallas County. Anything back off to the west of here. So most of Dallas County, Tarrant County, back off to the west and to the northwest. So Stevens County, Young, Jack, Wise, up along the Red River, northwestern sides of North Texas. You're in the clear. You're done. This is over. You can head to bed and not even worry about it. But places like Kaufman County, you're still going to deal with this. Timing is right on track with what we've been discussing. This continues to move into the southeast sides of North Texas as we head into these early Wednesday morning hours. I think by about 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, by that point, this is all a whole lot weaker and it'll start to exit our far southeastern counties. But this is an area I will continue to keep an eye on. You can always join us on the stream as we continue to provide updates on these additional warnings. As new warnings are issued, we will hop on the stream here on the CBS News app. You just click Texas there and we'll be able to provide you those updates. As this cold front continues to move through, it is losing that daytime heating element, so it's losing some of that steam, but it is still running to a really unstable environment. We have that cold front providing the lift necessary to help initiate some of that stronger storm activity, and as a result, we are still seeing some very strong gusty winds with that Boeing line once again moving right into Kemp. Those very strong winds now out of Kaufman. It's still gusty through Kaufman, but I think most of those severe winds are exiting Kaufman, heading through Rosser and heading through places like Kemp. That is what that severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for. And some of those wind samples now at this point through Kaufman dealing with winds 30 miles per hour. So once again, those severe thunderstorm warned winds, that is through places like Rosser, headed right into Kemp. I'll keep an eye on this. This is headed into Gun Barrel City here shortly, next 20 minutes or so. So I'll watch it. I'll hop back on the stream as needed, and I'll provide you those updates of any additional warnings that we get through these overnight hours. But by about 2 o'clock this morning, most of the Metroplex is going to be in the clear from all of this, and this will push into the southeast sides of North Texas, which we will continue to watch for as we get through that point. But again, I'll hop back up on the stream with new warnings and any additional threats associated with this warning as we get through the next couple of hours.